make real impact in our community and beyond. That is our whole goal with everything that we do. And Elevate XP is one of our main projects this year, where we started to empower the youth, giving them a head start on entrepreneurship, giving them a head start on life, taking them to the entrepreneurship area that's going to teach them so many skills beyond business. Just it's going to let them learn about themselves. And I think that's the most important part. So that's just an example of the projects that we have. We have 3 other projects that we're working on for education in rural communities, connecting farmers and buyers, along with turning food waste to fertilizer in our community. And so, yes, so we're super excited today, and I think we're ready to get started, right? Okay, perfect. So the first team will be coming up soon here. So the first team presenting is Team Songs, and the 2 founders are Siddharth and Cole, and they have a very unique project that I think you guys will be very, very interested in, and like to say.
Alright, my name is Siddharth and this is Cole Jones. I'd like to introduce you to Songs. Songs is basically an AI-powered hub for any sort of household or building. So I'm going to hand it over to my partner Cole for the next one.
Hello, my name is Cole Jones, and this is our story. So we started so as children, we are prone to keep our electricity waste power. For me personally, we decided to create this business because I live with my grandparents. They did not know much about technology and saving electricity. So we not only wanted to save power and money and electricity for ourselves, but also for others as well. So the problems that we came across while we were creating our business was high and unpredictable household utility bills, busy households and lower income families lack time and managed tools, and existing solutions are fragmented, expensive, and too complex. So some things that we noticed is that most houses have wasted around 30% money, electricity, and that in our generation, for example, smart homes are becoming a really big thing, but lower end homes are being forgotten. So that's what our product is, and our solution is SOM. SOM stands for Smart Home Symbol. It's a hub that attaches to your electricity box and has a backup battery. The battery, for example, works when there's a power outage. That's only because that the electricity is off. You don't see it. It doesn't mean that the things are still not running. Also, for 1 month for free, it learns about your home and all the things that you're prone to keep on. Also, it's eco-friendly and it reduces your carbon footprint. So now I'm going to pass it on to Sarah, my partner, who is going to tell you about how it works and what we'll be asking for.
Alright, for the business and revenue model, so first of all, we have the hardware sales. So this is the product itself, which is about $500 to $750. And then we made the subscription about the same amount as a Netflix subscription, but the use of this subscription is for the AI. So this AI is like a baby. You need to teach an AI how to talk, walk, and all this, but this is not like your standard ChatGPT. This is centralized to your own house, your own building, and it's meant to fix and effectively save on the electricity for you. And the services we gain revenue on installation fees, periodic system checks, and extended warranty fees as well. But we love to partner with local communities, and every community is different. Ranging from senior homes, lower income facilities, maybe even upper class citizens, but we love to focus additionally on educational institutions. Because let's take Video Bar, for example. I bet all the classrooms in this building are currently on. Most of them are just running, wasting money, where all that funding can be put somewhere else. Our target market. So generally we target all households and all buildings in general, but we want to emphasize on lower income families. We want to do this because, well, first of all, Some of them don't have the recognition of understanding how their electricity bill works, so this would automatically control the electricity through the power box in their homes. And we want to focus on corporations. Corporations waste a lot of electricity additionally because they're keeping workspaces on constantly and effectively just letting power happen and increasing their carbon footprint. But we also want to do this through like e-commerce and door-to-door especially. Door-to-door, so we get ourselves out there and we build a relationship with our customer and get extra feedback, which additionally snowballs and helps the AI. We actually made a demo survey we can get out. It's in its early stages, but it's made. Alright, now you're thinking, oh, I kind of heard of smart home somewhere else. Well, first of all, it's not in Canada. This is the first ever made in Canada with AI and an emphasis on lower-end homes. So I want to elaborate on the AI a little bit more. So this AI would cut off your power usage in different rooms at different times based on what it's learned in the past month or so. And compared to static timers, like, 9 to 5, turn this on, blank, blank, blank. This focuses on your habits, what you do in the morning, lunch, dinner, X, Y, and Z. And then we want to also incorporate the low power. When you get like power, the city turns off, just a power outage. It requires additional energy to reboot all your systems. So this would keep your systems low and effectively save additional money. And we focus on affordable tiers because there's so many different situations. Let's say you're an apartment owner, a homeowner, educational building owner. All these different additions are in effect. So we want to focus on those. Alright, so for this product to become true, we're asking for around $2,000 because the product itself is made out of reused foam circuits and reused Bluetooth devices. The pins in every home, these pins are usually modems, Wi-Fi boosters, and chargers. The only difference with these are they have the same Bluetooth connection that can fall back to the hub and give it feedback. And we actually created an AI, if you guys want to check that out later. This AI stores the inputs you're giving it, and then it learns from it. So, like I said, gait, walking, talking, all that. And then you can expect a prototype within around 6 months. It's a little lengthy, but I believe this would be the future as they'll be incorporating this into any sort of building, no matter what kind. And next. Alright, so this is just a code for the AI. So this AI is basic, simple, but right now it's in development, so it's just a beta. And whenever you put it into it and it doesn't understand, it'll use that code, and once you ask again, it'll put the same information you asked it to. And so it's AI learning. And then the survey targets what people don't really need, what they want, what they look for electricity, and if they fully understand it, literally for electrical usage, and they're aware of everything they're doing. And that concludes our presentation. So thank you guys so much.
Thank you, Keith. Now we'll start with 5-minute Q&A. We'll let you go first.
What kind of hardware is included?
Alright, so it'll be a little box. Like, think of it as a paint job for your car. So it just sticks out your electrical box, and then this will be your hub. So the hub would control all the switches. We're thinking of using recycled plastic as switches to make it not only affordable, but like accessible for all communities. And it will include, like I said, the pins, but it will run off this reused, recycled foam circuit. So that's what's consistent of the hub. Yeah.
So all of the light switches in my home are getting switched to whatever the hardware you're providing, or?
No, so these pins are in every room of your house. So they cover a radius and they connect back to the hub. So these little pins, they basically,
How does my light go off?
Okay, so once the AI learns, it directly shuts off your power from your power box. Since you're not using that route, it just completely cuts the electricity off, so you're therefore saving it and you're not spending too much of it.
Okay. Alright.
So you're primarily targeting lower income families, which is admirable, so just providing support there. But you also highlighted that the cost is gonna be about $500 to $750 per unit. I'm just curious if you did any market research talking to customers to see if low families in low income housing would actually have the ability to absorb that increased expense, or do you have strategies to help offset something like that?
So what we've researched is like if there's any like other contending products. So what we've seen is that in Canada, mostly, there's no product just like ours, only in the United States and all that. So that's what is our goal. What was your other stuff again?
It was just about families' ability to absorb the cost. So if you're targeting a low-income household, can they take on an extra $750 expense?
Well, in the long run, if let's say this family's still like lower class, they can't make that much. This is actually like an investment if you think about it. Because like on our slide, 30% of your annual electricity outlet is wasted. So let's say 5 years, you're spending $1,000, you're wasting $300 on electricity. So that snowballs and becomes a positive outlet to the community essentially.
Do you know what the payback period would be? Would they have to use it then for a couple of years to pay for the technology?
Yeah, most likely.
There's a lot of incentives for low-income home building now. You should get in with the feds, the federal government, get them to buy the boxes and put it as part of building programs. That's a good point. It's a big cost for these families.
Especially with the subscription fee as well.
Well, the subscription fee is optional. So after the first month of AI learning, it will use that same month, but it won't adapt anymore to your specific like abnormalities, like you have an emergency or you go, let's say, to a different place for a week or so. So it'll just use the things it learned from that same given month to just effectively just continuously use the same information you got input.
So last thing on my note. Oh, I noticed in your target market you didn't have small and medium-sized businesses, and I own a small business. There's 24 staff, we're about 8,000 square feet, and my power bill blows my mind every month. Like it's wild, and I would plug this thing in that business to find out where I'm wasting money to help me keep things more efficient. But that might be another angle for you guys. And we can afford the $750. These big corporations probably, well, they easily could too, but maybe they don't care as much about their lights being on. Small businesses.
Thank you.
Are you guys able to build the tech yourself? Like, is this the plan that the two of you can build it?
Yes, because like we take courses on how to build tech and all that, so I think we will be able to create it ourselves.
Cool. But that's only like software oriented. We still need access. We still need to need the hardware itself. And based on what model you use, like we were talking about the phones. Based on which phone model, we need to understand how that works, how we can incorporate that chip into our box.
5 minutes is up. Thank you very much.
Thank you guys so much.
Good job, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's the problem we're set out to solve, and that's how Thermomix was made. Good evening, everyone. We created Thermomix after watching our parents struggle for years, shoveling the driveway for hours on end, just to see another layer of ice beneath it. Seeing this made us want to create a product that not only helps our families, but helps our entire community.
So what's the problem? As you can see from the picture behind us, our driveways have lots and lots of snow. Under that snow are layers of ice. Many people go towards traditional ice salts in hopes to shorten the time it takes. But the thing is, it's very uneven and it leads to more problems, and it's just not a good solution.
According to Diamond & Diamond lawyers, slip and fall injuries are the most common among property-related injuries, and here are some stats that can prove that our product is really immune. Okay, so our answer is Thermomix. Thermomix is an eco-friendly spray that melts ice and snow quickly and safely. Unlike other de-icers, it prevents damage to concrete and the environment. So you have to spray it before or during snowfall to help make the process quicker. It's fast, simple, and convenient for all Canadians who want safety and efficiency without the hassle.
The cons of de-icing salts. De-icing salts are they have lots of damages to them in the soil and wildlife, especially pets. If your pets consume that, it's not safe. It leaves a very slippery residue, causing more potential for slips due to the excessive dish soap and it.
Our main competition is Lianhua Co. Limited. So Thermomix, which is our locally made product, is designed for harsh winters, and it covers a larger surface area. Whereas Lianhua, the Chinese-made product, is designed for Asian climates, and also it's a very small product, and it consumes more time, which is making it very inefficient. Okay, so for our survey results, we can see that 94.4% want an easier way to remove ice already. 66.7% already use ice melting solutions, and 91.7% would be open to trying a free sample, which shows the demand and willingness to test out our product.
This is our current model. It is a DIY spray mixture with 2 parts of either alcohol or vinegar, 1 part sodium chloride, and 1 part water, and also a couple drops of dish soap to help the easy spread. It is simple, effective, and easy to apply. But we are hoping with your help, we can turn this demonstration into a better solution.
For a future model, we're planning to have a convenient gallon that consists of 2 pounds of calcium chloride with water, there's soap, and environmentally friendly food coloring. And so this is going to be applied by a handheld pressure spray, which costs us $37 to produce, and which is basically more convenient and efficient for the consumers. Okay, so for the market size, the Canadian snow and ice removal industry is worth $4 billion per year. There's millions of homes and businesses that face icy conditions and want faster, safer solutions. This shows huge potential for an eco-friendly spray like Thermomix.
So in terms of revenue stream, we are planning on selling our product directly online as well as locally owned stores. We also have a refillable program, and during the summers, we're planning on partnershiping with retail stores for a broader reach.
So our business model, the basic values are that it's easy, eco-friendly, and preventive mist. And the target audience for us is people who live in harsh, cold climates, just like Canada. And in exchange for purchasing our Thermomix bottles or refills for their safety, convenience, and their peace of mind.
Okay, so for a quick overview of our timeline, our last 2 months have been towards research, building our product. And for the future, we have our prototype, our branding, samples and feedback, marketing, our official launch, and then on month 12, our review and expansion. To make this all possible, we're asking you for $2,500.
alternative towards these de-icing salts. We're inspired by the cold, but built for convenience.
With Thermonus, we don't just melt ice. We make winter maintenance simpler and smarter. Thank you for your time, and we really hope you guys join us in bringing our product from driveway to driveway. Built in Canada, by Canadians, for Canadian winters.
All right, we can start the 5-minute Q&A.
How'd you come up with the actual solution, like the formula? How'd you figure that out?
We researched it and we looked for products that work best for our current prototype. We have simpler homemade solutions that we can do together, but for the future we're hoping to have like better solutions through trial and error and what we can find.
Hi, thank you for your presentation. How much did you test this? You said it. How much did you test this, and is there a guarantee? Like if it doesn't work for someone, like what are their avenues?
Yeah. Okay, so we tested this DIY solution for like in 3 different places. So the temperature was -2 degrees, and we tested it on glass, on cement, and on fabric. And on all of them, it melted right after like 2 minutes or so, which also like made it easier for like shoveling, obviously. Yeah. And for like if it doesn't work, we honestly have not thought about that yet. That's something we'll see as time goes on, because we will go through like many processes and finding what works best.
So does it go on before or after this snowfall?
This goes on after the ice is made, and like it's easier if you put it like during the snowfall.
Okay.
So it's like
So you're
easier for.
replacing salts? then?
Yeah, basically.
Okay.
Sorry, just to follow up, you had said you tested -3 earlier?
Like it felt like -2, but it was -1 degree.
Because our winters are terrible. Like they're like -40.
Yeah.
How does that work in?
Yeah, so we were experimenting with different chemicals. The one we mentioned was calcium chloride. That works up to -25 degrees, but we do not have the funding for that because, I mean, we're just high school students.
Yeah.
So, and that's kind of why we're here. We need your help so we can actually purchase these chemicals. There's also another really good chemical, but it's a lot more pricey. It's called penetrate acetate, I'm pretty sure. Something along those lines. But those are the chemicals that can really help in negative weather. But because we could only use at-home materials, it's just for our right now prototype. Yeah.
And plus, like we used alcohol in it, and alcohol has a low freezing point, so which also makes the solution less prone to freezing.
What kind of thicknesses of ice have you tried melting?
We've just tried, like, do you remember the recent snowfall? Like, that's the thickness we've tried right now, because there wasn't any other.
We haven't had any
Just
snow.
snow, not ice though?
Well, it turned into ice.
Yeah, it was like hard snow. You know when you like press it, it doesn't press down. It was like that type of snow. That's the only thing we've
What did
tested.
you skate on?
No.
Sorry, I just want to start by saying I love this messaging here, built in Canada by Canadians for Canadian winter. I think that's really lovely. I just want to talk about your capacity for production. So I believe your first step was online sales.
Yes.
And let's say that you get an influx of 10 or 20 or maybe even 100 sales. Do you have the capacity to produce that? And then what does that look like with partnerships with retailers?
Okay, so for our current product, our current prototype, we do have the capacity for that one because it's at-home homemade solutions, and we're trying to start off by giving out free samples to see if people will actually want to buy it. And then as time goes on, with your guys' investments, we hope to like be able to make more and more to give out to everybody.
Thanks.
Is there time?
Good one, yes.
So great presentation. I also hate shoveling, so this sounds really appealing. I just more of a comment as well that I like that you've done a lot of market research and talking to customers and you have data that supports that people are interested in solutions. I wouldn't be nervous to spend your investment on testing and iterating on those solutions because you found that there is a problem. Even if this isn't the right solution, as you continue to test, clearly there's a problem that
our summer season. Summer is only like 4 to 5 months here anyways. But our plan is to like in partnership with the retails, get like more like
revenue.
and like build our product. Basically, we want to be able to build our product throughout the summer season, so then we can have a good product for the winter.
Yeah, just like overall, just preparing for the winter during the summer, like partnering with other retail stores.
So when you have a timeline slide, we should probably say like fall, winter,
Okay.
spring, just
For sure.
for,
Yeah, for sure, yeah.
it gives clarity.
Thank you so much.
That's time. Thank you very much.
And they only been working on their ideas for 2 years. Okay. Yeah, so just
That's fine, like a reminder.
Introducing the ST, growing ST from control.
Hello everyone, I'm Rangasingh and I will be your host for the next 7 minutes. So, the thing is, marketing companies spend roughly $6.5 billion annually in marketing operation costs. These include manual labor, these include fuel costs, and these include associated staffing costs. And that's just for North America. If you look over to the entire world, this is going to shoot up to $50 billion, and it's going to double by 30 billion. The funny thing is, this is one of the most unnecessary costs that parking operators incur, and we still don't do anything about it. So, maybe it's time for a change. Maybe it's time to say goodbye to the grumpy old Bob who doesn't even like his job. And maybe it's time to introduce Petroli. Petroli is a fleet of parking robots that are remotely controlled by different individuals from the comfort of their homes. Before I give you my entire pitch, I'm going to give you some backstory. Why Petroli? So, growing up, I lived in India, and so every once in a while we'd pile up in a car, drive out to our village to connect with our roots. And so there I saw all these people working in their fields, working on machines, pushing through their days. And in those people were those like my uncle. He was only a survivor who, despite his strength, suffered or struggled with things that all of us take for granted. He opted for farming because that's what his family was doing before him. And so he struggled there in that case as well. And that's because struggles and combines aren't built for people who are differently able. And so that experience really affected me, and that allowed me to look at other people as well, all these talented, all these competent individuals who do all these great things in their lives, and the sole reason they just the sole reason they couldn't get that done, they couldn't get that dream was because they were differently able. Ladies and gentlemen, it is with great to you that you are 5 times more likely to be unemployed if you're differently able, and that needs to change. I have a solution, truly. We're going to change this industry in 3 simple steps. We're going to be replacing traditional parking systems. We're going to be using remotely operated robots instead of traditional intensive manual labor. We're going to be designing these for year-round operations. So whether it's sunny, whether it's windy, whether it's snowing, or whether it's raining, our robots will be working and will be making tickets. And we're going to be saving companies real costs. We're going to, if my plan and my math is correct, reduce all the costs of fuel, all this manual labor, and staffing costs by about 60%. And so, this is what it's kind of going to look like. This is a demonstration where our robot is going to patrol around our parking lot, scanning these number plates with an LPR, a license plate recognition system, and it's going to generate parking tickets while being operated by a person behind the scenes. And what we're trying to do here is trying to make the software really simple and really intuitive so that anyone can operate this. And that's because traditional parking software is really confusing. The hardware itself is really bulky. You can see a computer being mounted on the passenger seat while the driver is in the driver's seat. And that computer is further connected to a really big camera on top of the car. And so that car is going to cost a lot of money, that computer is going to cost a lot of money, and it's going to cost a lot for fuel, it's going to cost a lot for maintenance. And if we can solve the software side of things by making the software really fun and intuitive, and if we can solve the hardware side of things by making it electric and saving all these gas costs, we've essentially taken a really big step in this side. So, how do we make money? We're going to lease our robots to all of our clients on a monthly per portion fee, and for that the operator gets like a job, and the lot owner gets hassle-free service. The game plan, or stage 1 is us trying to build the MVP. We're going to build an MVP that contains all the things I talked about in this presentation, with all the solves, and we're going to make it ready so that we can test it in these winter conditions. We're trying to deploy by Christmas. Phase 2 is going to be deploying the MVP in a few parking spots, and we're going to get an operator to work with the software, and so we can get feedback from both sides, we can iterate, and we can refine it until it's ready for commercial use. Then it's phase 3, actually getting ready for commercial sale. We're going to partner with all these companies in and around Regina, and we're going to essentially get a fleet ready to be set up in all these parking spots. And phase 4 is scaling and growing out of Regina and across Canada. This is the pretty phase. So, what does this mean? What's the impact that we're bringing on the table? So, we're reducing parking operation costs by a lot, and we're increasing the number of tickets that parking companies can generate. We're going to generate a lot more revenue. I missed this one earlier, but parking companies lose about 1/3 of all their parking tickets that should have been generated just because of an error. More jobs for disabled people, and that's decreasing marginalization as a whole. And so, let's talk money. Why are we here today? So, what am I asking from you? I am building all the hardware, all the software, perhaps all the training systems that we're going to use for training our operators. What should we price this at? $3,000. $3,000 is all I'm going to ask for to get everything for the MVP set up possibly very business. And since a lot of these costs are just for hardware, I feel like I need to justify where we're going. And so that's legal for everything that we're gonna put about $2,400 in this, just for the hardware, right? And that's because we're making a robot that works in severe winter conditions. By Christmas, it's gonna be snowing really hard. By Christmas, it's gonna be, there's already gonna be a lot of snow. By then, it's gonna be windy, it's gonna be cold. And if a robot can survive that, it can survive literally anything. And, well, what does $3,000 say to you? This. That is what we're looking at in terms of what we're trying to build for an MVP. The only difference being we're trying to mount some sensors and cameras in and around the robot. So there, we actually see a mount on top that's going to be where the camera goes. So that's going to be for the connected to software that actually recognize face. With that, my presentation is complete. Before anything, I'd like to say this isn't just about parking or completely about parking enforcement. It's about creating a world where having disability doesn't mean you're at a disadvantage. Thank you.
5 minutes.
How does your MVP avoid actual vehicles?
Okay, so what we're looking at is, okay, first of all, we already have someone set up who's going to actually remotely control the robot. So that's partly that. We're trying to put in sensors like you have in cars to avoid collisions and that kind of thing. So it's going to be partly autonomous as well, because again, you can't completely rely on humans controlling the robot from like really far away with like only one way to see this.
Thanks for your presentation. So from my understanding, you're going to deploy these on a daily basis. Someone's going to pick it up on a daily basis as well. And what about vandalism? Are you going to have people ready to go pick up, fix, things like that?
Well, not exactly. We're trying to set up parking stations perhaps for these robots and like fix parking spots because again, these are made for like monthly. And so once you have parking spots set up, it's going to stay there. And because they're just going to have like a really high customer retention because again, if you get all of this set up, you're essentially like not taking a look at all the people who are actually running the cars, which are doing all of this stuff for the road. And so it's going to be really hard for customers to build slightly difficult for them to switch back to the solar business.
Thank you for your presentation. I think that I really connect with your story. I connect with your purpose. And I connect with your reason why. Those are very good selling factors for me. Question is there a reason you're having it on the ground? And is there any reason why you might not be able to put it in the air and use a drone type of technology to kind of avoid some of these other challenges or barriers?
Okay, one question I have on that actually. So drones work really good in certain conditions because they're more mobile in some places. The problem starts when it's raining, it's snowing, or it's windy. So drones might, topple over, they might go into places they shouldn't be. And so it's really hard to like send someone to get their drone into the right position. That's going to be like a really low to the ground robot that's really hard to topple over.
So you're talking about parking solutions, which, I don't know if you know, there's a parking expert in that audience if you want to keep building this out, but have you thought about like groups, like customer segments within that? Like is it post-secondary institutions that you want to target first, or like your in-parks or hospitals?
Yeah, so like customer segments, it's what we're trying to target mostly are private parking spaces. So that's going to include campuses, that's
onto your company that will be the operators essentially.
It's a great question. That's one of the things I haven't even thought about yet. So, yeah, what I did think about was the stable, or definitely the people here, they have a stable form of income, but it's not linear. And so, you don't have to be just able. It's just something you can do while being like not like everybody else, right? So I hope that answers your question as much as I do. I'll get back to you on that if you need.
So, I do have a bit of context here. Great presentation. I thought you did a really good job. I don't really have a question, but more kind of a comment, piece of advice. I think they said in your phase one rollout, you kind of started with building the software, building the hardware, and then kind of ended with basically getting feedback from the market. I would suggest inverting that and reaching out to people even before you start writing like a line of code. I do think it will be really helpful in honing your focus so that you can use your time most effectively. And if you want, I'm happy to make introductions.
Yeah, I love that one. I didn't actually email you. And I emailed SaskTel with these. I got a response from none of them. You guys gave me an automated message saying if you need a unit process, call us on this. And then I emailed you and you were like, I'm real. So, yeah.
I was away.
That'll be the end of question period. Thanks very much. Switch the mics up because that mic is whatever mic you're using. You're gonna give me a time. Yeah, it doesn't like bug out. Yeah. No, it's not.
When we talk about sport, we often talk about the legends associated with sport and the possibilities of greatness. We talk about the greats like Ronaldo, LeBron, or Gretzky. But would you believe me if I told you for every one of these legends, there are a million kids in Canada who had to give up on the sport that they dream of playing, all because they could not afford it. To address this issue, ladies and gentlemen, we present Boost Athlete. My name is Misbah, and this is my buddy Hamza. Now, you might be wondering, what is Boost Athlete? How does it relate to these financial barriers? Well, it's simple. Boost Athlete is a software that we developed that's going to help athletes simplify the funding process and make it more efficient. From our market research, we are going to target coaches, athletes, and parents.
Thank you, Mr. for handing me the mic. Thank you, Mr. for handing me the mic. So our vision is clear and simple. We plan on empowering young athletes we plan on empowering young athletes and bringing up Canada's largest athletic fundraising network. And we plan on doing that by connecting those communities, those individuals, by opportunities, support, and resources, so that they could fully showcase themselves and fully get their campaign traction. I'll just pass my credit to them.
Thank you, Haus. Now, you might be wondering, how does such an ambitious project take place? Well, it's simple. As you can see, we have made a demo website for you guys, and Boost Athlete will act as a central hub for all the opportunities such as bursaries, grants, and other fundraising opportunities for athletes in Saskatchewan. It's simple. You go on the website, you go into our opportunities section, and as of right now, we have 20 scholarships and bursaries available. Ideally, they will all be based in Saskatchewan, but for now, we just have some of the common ones in Canada. So, the way it would work is that our website will showcase all the amount that you can acquire, where it's based, the deadlines, and once you go into the details, it will showcase all the requirements related to applying. You can also take advantage of our filter system by allowing you to filter according to your sports and needs. Now, how is it?
Thank you to the user for handing me the microphone stand. Now, our website or our platform also has application tracker feature, and what that essentially is that it centralizes every single program an individual applies for. So it basically reduces the entire process of going to every single website you apply to, just to see if you've been accepted by them or not. And this basically centralizes everything and reduces that. Now, moving on from the demo, we've broken down our entire implementation plan into 3 separate phases, with our first phase being the pilot and partnership one. We plan on refining this business even further by interacting with our high school market, which is Campbell Collegiate. We've talked to a various number of coaches, and they've definitely approved of this idea, thinking that this is something that could definitely be implemented within their squads, within their rosters. We're also currently in talks with the Rough Riders, who we plan on closing in with in the future. I'll pass it on to my friend as well.
Respected investors, as you can see in front of you, we have one of the testimonies right there as evidence for what we have already accomplished. Now, in this phase, we're going to use 10% of your investment in getting our app off the ground and focus on marketing it, piloting it across different schools in Regina, and app development.
Stage 2 of this entire implementation phase. We plan on onboarding local businesses that need traction, and we plan on connecting them to volunteers or people who are just genuinely really interested in working out and trying to raise awareness for their campaigns. We also plan on serving as a channel for them to gain traction and just generate traffic to their business. And look at it from this. I'll give you guys a short example right here. A baby that pledges $100 to support a youth athlete's campaign. This could be directly addressed through the seamless experience our website has to offer.
Now, at this stage in our business, we are going to spend 45% of your investment on. We are going to focus 45% of your investment on expanding into new markets. So focusing up in markets such as Saskatoon, Prince Albert, and Moose Jaw.
Stage 2 of our implementation time. We plan on scaling this beyond SaaS and potentially into a nationwide platform that is accessible for every single person around Canada. Since this is an issue that needs to be addressed at a local level, we plan on scaling it even further by creating and just making it more accessible after we receive a lot of approval from our current market, which is Regina.
So, why should you trust us with this business? After all, anyone can make a fancy deck, anyone can make a website. Well, We, as students, we have seen the impact of rising costs in sports, and we have seen what it does. We have seen our fellow peers walk away from the sports they love simply because they could not afford it. Respected investors, I urge you to join us in the movement to make sure that no kid has to give up on their dreams and has a fair shot at pursuing what they want.
Esteemed investors, we're asking for an investment of $1,000 to support our needs, and with this money, we're going to be directly putting it back into our business, and we're going to be expanding it into Canada's biggest and largest athletic fundraising effort, as said earlier. Thank you very much once again.
Start the Q&A now.
Have you thought about the process that you'll use to distribute the pledges and the funds as you bring in?
Yes, we most definitely have, and we exactly do that. So, as I said in my presentation over there, that we're going to be acting as a channel for them, and with those channels, with the entire purpose of it being your channels, you also get a chance to fully expand on their pledges and why they're offering them in the first place, if they want to meet their certain needs.
How will you plan on distributing it to the kids who need the funds?
So essentially what it's going to be is that if a certain individual wants to raise awareness for their campaign, they're going to have like a profile, a personalized profile made on the website itself, and what that's going to do is that the business who is willing to help the individual out, they're going to be listing whatever they can do to support that certain person's campaign.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Thank you.
Maybe I missed this part. I love what you guys are doing as teenagers. Sports are very expensive. But how do you make money? Yeah.
Thank you for the question. As mentioned in the presentation, we have divided our own whole implementation plan into 3 phases. So the business model and revenue model is also going to go with those 3 phases. So in our first phase of implementation, we will be mostly focused on getting it off the ground and for piloting it, testing it, refining it, and finally launching. In phase 2, we're going to integrate ad revenue, and we're going to integrate like with these businesses obviously, since we're becoming a channel for them to do goodwill, we're trying to charge them like a small administrative fee, which can be recurring monthly, since they can have like monthly goodwill fund and we'll be the fund managers.
I really like this concept. I think it's pretty cool. I'm elected council of First Nation, and a lot of our members are young people, experience a lot of barriers to enter into sports, so this really touched me personally. But my question to you both is, how dedicated are you to the long-term development of your business? Are you willing to get through all of the struggles it's going to take, the yes, the no's? What is your long-term dedication to manifesting this business concept?
Thank you for the question, and I appreciate your concern. So in terms of dedication, because this is something that has impacted us personally as well, because it's quite sad to see your friends stop playing football, soccer, or whatever it is, because simply they can't cover the cost. So we want to make it happen, and our vision is that we want to make it as accessible for the athlete, amateur team, or coaches as possible. So we're definitely ready to put in the work that it takes to launch this long term and take it to the next level under your guidance. Thank you. Any other questions?
I just want to tell you, I think it's great how respectful you guys are of each other and your peers.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Alright, thank you so much.
What grade are you guys in? Mrs. LaBelle.
Master's class?
Yeah. Thank
Thank you so much. Great job.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey.
Hey, hello everyone. My name is Ayala Vaughn, and I would like to share a little bit about myself. I'm in grade 11. My favorite sport is basketball, and I love to play Jordan. I have many pairs at home that I love to wear, but the more I wear them, the faster they start to wear out and lose their look. How many of us have shoes at home that already look worn out due to the ugly creases just a month after buying them? Of course, crease protectors cross my mind, but here's the problem. They're not the perfect solution. Crease protectors can be uncomfortable, making your feet ache and your toes feel cramped. And his toes feel cramped. Sorry. Your toes feel cramped. Try to protect your shoes, but then end up paying the price in discomfort. It feels like you're stuck choosing between wearing your shoes comfortably or actually being to keep them looking fresh. So I decided to search for ways to uncrease my shoes, but all I found were complicated methods including iron and towels, and a bunch of other different steps. So I decided to come up with my own solution. I present to you my uncreasers. So they work by steaming up your toe box in 45 seconds by steaming them up in a high temperature. But how does it work? So the Kickscare uncreasers use gentle steam from the portable one to remove creases from your shoe without any damage. And the round ball design evenly distributes the steam in your shoe and ensuring ensuring the whole shoe is reached by the steam and fitting evenly in almost all shoe sizes. In different all shoe sizes. Now you're probably wondering, will this work and who's gonna buy it? So if you look at the shoe industry, Jordans make millions of dollars every day, and the ugly creases are everyone's problem. With my product, I am helping shoe buyers fix this common problem and get rid of these creases in a quick and efficient way. My goal is to build a working prototype within the next few months and testing materials and sleeve settings for various shoe types. I will work with manufacturers and designers to perfect the size, heat, and safety features. My vision is to make Kickstarter an international brand with products available in stores like JD Sports and Foot Locker. And I also plan on applying a patent once the final design is done. With Kickstarter, I'm making it easier for people to help looking brand new without the hassle. Everyone deserves to be confident in what they wear. And this product helps make that happen. With your support, I can bring this idea to life and help people step out with style. You've heard, just do it. Now, do it fresh with Kicks Care.
Thanks for your presentation. I know it was so I wear sneakers everywhere. How much are you asking for an investment?
Okay, so, like $2,000.
Okay. And what would you do with it?
So I start by actually building a prototype and like testing the heat and like the size of the ball to put in.
Okay.
Love your presentation. I love the Do It Fresh. What is your product going to cost approximately?
So I'm thinking because it's like reusable and you use it for multiple shoes. I'm thinking around like $20 to $25, maybe even $30 for like that shoe.
And have you done any additional research to what it's going to cost you to create that product?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Are there any products that are similar to this out in the market?
Okay, not yet. There's the only thing similar to this is like crease protectors, which we talked about, are like kind of uncomfortable. I'm actually getting very now. But there's nothing that actually uncreases your shoe, like just it's like not something like specifically made for uncreasing your shoes. Like if you want to uncrease them by yourself, there's like that like long process with iron and towels.
Have you thought about other like market segments or verticals? I'm not into shoes, but I like handbags. I have the same problem. Have you looked at other markets? And would the technology work on other like leather? I've never heard that steam to get rid of creases in leathers. That's what I'm asking.
No, I haven't thought of like outside sneakers, you know. I have thought of like, you know, they dress like leather shoes, but like nowhere else. So just shoes would be
Thank you for your presentation. So I know you said you only use money to build prototypes. So how much testing have you done? And I'm interested just because I know my kids use this on their shoes, but like, and then how long do you think, like, how long will this product last?
like the life of the product.
Yeah.
Well, I'm pretty sure like as long as you take care of it, it's just like any other machine like at home. Like, do you have like a clothes steamer? That's kind of where I got my idea from. Like you use a steamer to like, you know, unwrinkle your clothes. So like as long as you take care of it, probably like live pretty well. Like it's like any machine at home. Did that answer your question? Sorry.
Yeah, I was just thinking about like how much testing have you done?
Oh, the testing? Like I've tested it once. I just made sure that it actually increases the thing, like the shoe.
It's a great presentation. Have you thought about marketing this as a service rather than as a product?
Okay, yes, but I honestly like I wanted to go international. So in my original plan, I was actually thinking because the outside of the shoe how it gets dirty, I was planning to like make something that you can peel off and it's like see through. And I was thinking like that could be a service. But then I was thinking like how should I like get money out of it, like a subscription or like you know every time you like you just come in and pay. But then I was thinking like if they're gonna come in every month, then it's gonna cost more than they actually bought the shoe for. So I felt like people wouldn't like that. So I just decided to make something that can they can take it out at home and just reuse it rather than the rest.
Yeah, it's an interesting concept because everything old becomes new again. So, like 100 years ago, people would have paid for like shoes to be shine, and they would have paid that, and they would have paid greater than the cost of the shoes over years. And people may still do that, but become part of retailers and approach it completely different way. It's a really interesting idea. What are you wearing again? You said I wear shoe protectors.
Yeah, crease protectors. So like they're kind of like a half circle thing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Slide in.
you slide them
Wearing
in.
them as a suite?
Yeah, I'm wearing them right now. That's why like these kind of look like good.
So they're sitting above your toes.
Yeah, and they're like so I got mine from Foot Locker. Basically, it's just like a white piece of plastic that you just stick up on your shoe. But most of them you can just slide them in. They're like just like an oval shape, just to like prevent like you from like doing this like just like over here or something. Like, do you see the very top photo over there? Yeah, that's how your shoes crease, and then it becomes like that. So the crease protector is just like puts it on like that area, so then it wouldn't like fold from here. You know what I mean? I can pull out a photo for crease protectors if you'd like to see them.
Alright, thank you so much.
So just put this slide across the picture from. Okay. This, you can put this slide. Help me check it. Okay. Does it lag in here or just on the screen? So the phone also language stops. Okay, yeah, got it.
Yeah, you can go.
Okay. Hello everyone, I'm nervous. I've always known I wanted to do something positive. I wanted to make a positive change in the world. That's why, together with Mary and Marita, we decided to create Voices United, a non-profit organization. So a little bit about this. I'm part of my school's SLC, which I'm part of the Moms Committee, and I'm also part of the photo club. I enjoy sports, volunteering, and trying out new things.
I'm Megan Patry. A particular role I have within this group is designer, where I take up anything that requires a creative element. I design your logo, for example. You'll see it later, and will continue to provide my creative input for this group. I volunteer at Haus Hospital. I'm a part of my school's photo club and student leadership council. Our teammate Maria Manal is currently outside of Regina, so we'll be the ones to introduce her to you. Maria actually came up with her name, Voices Unite. She's an air cadet, and she volunteers at Haus Hospital and is a part of the school's photo club and SLC.
Imagine a world where every phone could be a classroom and every person could be a teacher. That's our vision behind Voices United. Our nonprofit organization takes volunteers from all around the world and connects them from learners from developing countries to give everyone the chance to learn, teach, and connect all for free.
Right now, there are millions of people who want to learn English but don't have the resources to do so. At the end of 2024, UNHCR reported that there are 123 million people who are forced to flee their homes, and 43 million of which are refugees, 73.5 million are internationally displaced, and 8.4 million people are asylum seekers. Language barriers make education, employment, and integration incredibly difficult. And at the same time, there are thousands of people who want to make a difference but don't know how to do it.
They do this by either by short videos, live video calls, or even text-based lessons. Each student will be paired by a volunteer based on with a volunteer based on the form that they filled out. They then can learn English starting from their own level and moving at their own pace. We plan to partner with already established organizations that share the same values as us, such as Open Door Society, OLPC, which stands for One Laptop Per Child, and schools such as Mother Teresa. We've already identified several potential partners and are planning to reach out once our prototype is complete. So through our app, volunteers get a sense of fulfillment, and they also get a little something to put on their resume. While learners get more opportunities through learning English, and they also get a newfound sense of confidence.
The reason we're here in front of you today, pitching our nonprofit idea, is for the same reason that we volunteer, which is to provide for and engage with our community. We heard about them through school, which gave us the idea to go to other high schools and present students with the opportunity to volunteer through Unite, Voices Unite, similar to how we heard about our opportunities. We've already talked to classmates and many are eager for the chance to help. We're targeting this specific issue because we're passionate about humanitarian concerns, and it's something that we've been taught about for years of our life. Growing up as both immigrants and as children of immigrants, we're all too familiar with language barriers and the difficulties of not knowing English can generate. We've witnessed the effect language barriers have on our families' interactions, and not only that, we've been raised in a community where people have personal stories regarding their more ridden or impoverished homelands. Our school has held many events for many years in which we remember the misfortunes within our community, often regarding Sudan, Palestine, Syria, and many other places that are in trouble today. We participate in fundraisers for these causes and spreading information about these humanitarian issues as part of our work with the Student Leadership Council. So why is it that we should be the ones doing this? Well, it has been a major part of our life to learn about the struggle in distant and close communities, and that has encouraged us to make a difference and to make a greater impact on these issues.
Building a website that is on a high scale, like this, can be very expensive. Very expensive. It's not something we can do on our own, nor is it something that we can do out of our own pockets. For that reason, we're asking for your financial support in our nonprofit organization. Building a highly interactive website can cost above $10,000, but not to worry because we have a plan. We plan to be as cost effective as possible. We plan to look into local freelancers because freelancers tend to be a little bit more flexible with their costs, and not only is this a great budget-friendly option, but it's also a great way to support local people in your town. Now, as a nonprofit, you may think there's nothing really in it for you. However, supporting projects like this is a great way to gain positive exposure. Don't think of this as a financial investment, but rather an investment into your overall image. Providing us is essentially providing for people in need, and not only would that do wonders for your image, but you'll be helping multiple causes at once. You'll be helping refugees, immigrants, people victims to conflicts and genocides, as well as you'll be paving the way for volunteerism and an easy life for others. So from you, we're asking for $2,000 to help make this dream a reality. Some of the money would go to, for example, like advertising and marketing, so we can like find our audience
and also to create the website itself, because website building on a high scale like this is it's really costly. So like with that 2,000 and then like with like the money that that we can get from like other organizations that we want to work with, we can like build that website.
And sorry, I have two quick questions. I love what you guys are doing. Thanks so much for giving back to the community. So you targeted, or you spoke about focusing on helping to teach English. As you establish and build that out, would there be plans to expand in some of the other sort of educational components, even like literacy, helping people read, or
for sure.
other skills?
100%. We were even like, that was like something that we really want to do, because we really want to expand our app to like, our goal is essentially to help people, and because many of us, like young people, feel very helpless because we can't actually donate money. So then this is kind of a way for us to help. And we know like so many classmates that also say they're like really excited about the idea for a way for them to help without like spending money that they don't have.
And then the other question I have was it's almost like a two-sided market, because you need to recruit people that will give back, and then you want to recruit people that will participate and consume the services. And so have you thought about that approach to how you want to build both of those up?
Okay, so are you asking how we're going to get the volunteers and the people that... Okay, so that's a very good question. Okay, so for volunteers, like we previously mentioned, we heard through Enactus because they came to our school, and she volunteers at the hospital because she heard it from our school. So we want to actually go to schools and present, like for them to have the opportunities. And like we said, we want to like also spend some money into marketing, like that we can get volunteers from like all over the world, and also like from social media. And also and the part that we struggled with a lot was how are we going to get these people that are in like developing countries. So one way that we can get like immigrants is by working with the Open Door Society, because many people have to go through the Open Door Society to go to school to learn English. So if we work with them, we could get some of like their people and help out, and they could learn English through our app, and it would also be like advertised, like I said, or like through social media.
Awesome. Thanks.
You talked about building that app and the interactive experience that you have. I think one of the most expensive things about doing that sometimes is not having a clear vision on exactly kind of what that experience looks like. Have you thought about prototyping or thinking about what that experience kind of looks like end to end, even if it's just drawings or flowcharts before you were to maybe engage a partner to help you develop that?
Yeah, we actually came into a lot of problems thinking of like, what if in other countries they don't necessarily have like the resources like Wi-Fi and things like that. So first of all, we wanted to, like I mentioned, working with One Laptop for Child. It's an organization. They give like laptops and things like that to like children so they can have an education. And we also wanted to, when they don't have basically, how Wi-Fi can cut off when you're in the middle of a lesson. That's why they can also do it text-based, and they can also send like little videos. So it's still interactive, and you're still like, it's still consistent. So yeah.
Cool. Awesome.
Hello, I really appreciate your mission and why you're doing this. More so of a comment rather than a question, but I do know that there are international organizations that do pay educators to teach English to international students. So just kind of focusing on really leaning into what makes you different and sets you apart, and that volunteerism I think will serve you well. That's a really beautiful idea.
Thank you so much.
To that end, there's a lot of organizations that might actually do the work for free when it comes to building your website or apps as a nonprofit. So you might want to look at that as an avenue, so you can absorb some of the costs.
Okay, thank you so much.
We've actually looked into this, and we found two organizations, which is Brown Communications and Strat Lab, which can do that kind of nonprofit work for us, like building for us as a nonprofit.
Yeah, but we still like need money for like marketing and like just like a whole bunch of other components that come into making an actual organization.
Great.
That'll be 5 minutes. Thank you very much.
Design people are coming. The slide from now on changes. Yeah. Correct. Who's the Echo Rain?
Now is it the Echo Rain?
They send you a little
That's
late.
Smart Lunch. Okay.
Yeah, don't worry.
That's fine.
Okay, so I'm just gonna make this. Who's next?
After them, Smart Lunch.
Smart?
Smart Lunch.
Okay, so you're gonna just shift it slow.
Okay. You can just keep that.
Yeah.
No, I have one.
Can you switch?
For?
You can start.
We can present.
If I stand here, if I block
After this one. After Smart Lunch. Can you just change it after that? Like just here. Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, so hello, my name is Amor and this is my partner Regina, and today we're going to be introducing Ecolin. So Ecolin is essentially a website where people all over Regina can pay for a subscription, and then we provide and offer a service where they can call us with the number that we're going to be providing on the website. And the two good things about this is that one, we're not only collecting bottles or cans, we're basically collecting anything that's recyclable. So like light bulbs and batteries or basically anything. And then it's also that all the profit that we're gonna get from the recycling that they give us, we're gonna give them all that money like back. And basically this not only helps the environment but it also helps the people. And this helps the environment by reducing the amount of plastic waste like all over the world, especially in Regina, and keeps Regina clean. And it also helps the people who are busy and don't have time to recycle. And with any normal business idea, there's obviously problems, and for us, we face two huge problems. One is that people would not be
Break after graffiti?
is that people would not be willing to pay money, and the second one is that people would think that they have time to do it on their own. And the reason why people would think that the reason why people would not be willing to pay money is because they think that that they think it'd be too expensive, and then that leads to them thinking they can do it on their own because they don't want to pay for it, but they don't want to pay the fee.
So the solution is that we found this local
could have easily been like a drop-off center or something like that. However, we know that like that takes more effort for someone to find time to do, so that's why we created a pick and place system.
Okay, so as you can see here, we have a pie chart, and this is basically from us asking 10 people the same exact question, and 80% of the people said that they like this idea and they would actually pay the money. And the reason for that is because they have many recyclables surrounded around their house, and it just creates a very messy environment for them. And the reason why they weren't able to go recycle it is because they're very busy with work and family.
And then, as you can see, 20% of people said that they weren't interested, and that's kind of relating back to our initial concern of people not wanting to pay. However, they did mention that they would, like, they would still want to have the recyclables, like, they would give it to us. So that's why on our website we're going to add a section where you can basically like use our service without, like, if you're not gonna pay the subscription, then you're not gonna get the profit back from the So our business model includes a subscription, and this subscription is gonna help us basically fund our service, and it's gonna target people who like they don't have enough time in their lives, or they may live in small places or apartments where they can't find storage to keep the recyclables, or people who celebrate big holidays such as Christmas, because there's an influx in packaging and gifting, so the recycling bins are overflowing.
Okay, so we decided to divide the subscription into 3, and basically the reason for that is if people see that there's various of options, then they'd be more willing to pay. And for the monthly subscription, it's a $15 fee, and the people would be allowed to call us 3 times during that month. And then we have the 6-month subscription where people would pay $85, and they're allowed to call us like 4 times within those 6 months. And then we have the annual subscription where it's a $170 subscription, and they'd be allowed to call us 6 times within like the 12 months.
So all we want to do is help the environment and help people do their part. And at the end of the day, like, we know that people don't have enough time to do so, so that's why we're creating this service. And we're inviting you guys to come along with the journey, and we hope that you guys can make this possible.
Thanks for your presentation. What is your ask? How much is your ask?
The ask?
Yeah, how much are you asking of us?
So basically, like, we're just needing the money for like equipment and like the website. It's around like making a website is like around $100, I believe, and then we need equipment. I'm not sure how much exactly, but dividing all that, then we'll tell you in the future.
This presentation that you gave, funny enough, I actually looked into something like this a few years ago, and we looked at it from a perspective of collecting cans from people and using it for, we call it cans for kids, and then teams can actually come take the cans. But then did you guys think about maybe a non-profit aspect of it, of how you can maybe give back to the community, say the cans that you collect from the people that are not subscribed?
Can you explain your question?
Or you mentioned you've got 2 different, I guess you've got subscription and then you've got the non-subscription. Non-subscription, you get the cans so they don't get the money back, right? So that money just goes to the company, or are you going to have some philanthropy or giving back to the community attached to that?
Basically our idea was to like give it like to charity and stuff, because it's technically donation from the people, and it wouldn't like feel right to use it on our business.
Okay.
So the city has like a recycling program, and I guess as a homeowner in the city, what would be the benefit to me for signing up with your service? Like, can you just just walk me through what the difference would be?
Okay, so, like, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure it comes 2 times a week, right? And if you do or 2 times a month, sorry. And if you do the monthly subscription, then you're gonna get 3 times, like you're gonna call us up to 3 times. And also you're getting like the profit back, like you're getting the money back from the recycling.
All those beer cans you've been giving away.
No questions?
Yeah, I have a question. This is the first presentation that involves giving back to the client, so I really appreciate that a lot. But I just want a little bit more clarification. So the subscription model allows the two of you will be the ones doing the pickup, okay? You'll pick up the recyclables, you'll sell them to, I'm assuming, Sarcan, and then you'll take that profit and bring it back to the subscribers. So my question, I guess, would be, how do you plan on sustaining your business practices for gas, travel, maintenance, for your equipment, and stuff like that? Because I want to see this win. I like this concept, so I think it might be a negotiation on how much of that profit might give back to the client, but I want to see this win, so just more clarification.
Okay, so as I mentioned earlier, like the subscription, that's gonna go towards funding our service. So that's probably how we were able to get the gas money and what we can.
Any questions? Alright, thank you so much. Okay, so after this is a 2-minute break for you to chill, go to the washroom, come back, get water. Oh, let's put it back for you as well. Really great. Yeah.
It's an AI-powered app that helps people find easy, healthy, and tasty lunchbox recipes. So the problem, many people struggle with what to make for lunch. Some skip lunch or pack the same thing every day. I do both. A recent Canadian survey found that 90% of parents say that part of their child's meal comes home uneaten each week, mostly nutritious food. And so our app will make nutritious food
According to University of Ottawa, about 1 in 20 children in Canada don't eat lunch at all on school days, and the number is even higher for teens. I started cooking when I was 9. I loved it so much, and then after a little bit, lunch became my responsibility. I did not have many recipes that suited me, my taste, and of course I don't have much time. And that's when many people around me struggle with the same problem. And that's why we created Smart Lunch. Because we understand what it's like. For students who know what people our age want, something fast, healthy, and easy. We're creative, we love food, and we're not afraid to build something that solves a real problem. The solution. Smart Lunch is very easy to use. You can just enter the ingredients you have and what food you like, and it will instantly give you healthy, tasty lunch recipes. It also explains how each recipe helps your body, and if you have any dietary restrictions, you can just add it to the app and it's going to make it all like good for you. It's very personalized and stuff. And then it's hard to like make lunch every night or in the morning. So our app has like a setting where if you want to do meal planning, you can do it during the weekend. So you don't have to wake up early in the morning and make lunch. And our app will create a meal plan. So it's not just a recipe app, it's smart, personalized, meal helper for everyone. Our app it helps you with many things if you want to eat healthy or if you want to save money and if you want to save time. And if like you take a test and then the results come back, if you like upload it in Smart Lunch, it's going to automatically change your meal plans accordingly. Most people talk about breakfast recipes or weight loss, but like many people don't have recipes for lunch. And Smart Lunch fixes that. That's why Smart Lunch is different. It's personal, smart, and focuses on things people actually get and struggle with. It's like a mini dietitian in your pocket at all times. How it makes money. It's going to be premium. You can get 10 recipes during a week, and if you make it premium, then you can have unlimited recipes. And it's going to give you the amount of like how many ingredients you need for the month and how much it's going to cost you for groceries. And we are gonna partner up with grocery stores, so like you can get discounts if you go to that certain grocery store. How we plan on scaling up. So to scale up, we plan on partnering with schools and dietitians to promote healthy eating habits among students and families. We also plan on partnering with grocery stores so users can easily plan their meal, see grocery stores costs, and maybe even discounts or delivery options. These partnerships will help Smart Lunch grow while making healthy eating easier for everyone. After we run Smart Lunch for a little bit, like we take a survey, and like 1,000 people uses the app, then 500 people uses this certain diet. And so like we can see the survey and we plan on making an ingredients kit for like 2 weeks that would run. And so like we can sell it, it will have every ingredients you need for the week so that it'll be easier for you, you don't have to worry about anything. And
yeah, I think on the intro slide, you said you were the developer and then you also have like a food background. Are you actually like a programmer? Like you gonna write the code for this?
No,
like he can help me with it. And yeah.
I like 10% equity, but I'm gonna share with you this moment. Just kidding, just kidding. But one thing to consider with your app is when you're inputting the ingredients for the food, to maybe allow it to identify the expiry dates, and then the app can tell you what foods you could use before it expires, and that way you can help kind of save
Yes,
money.
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, my mom does say like finish the pepper before.
I just want to start by saying I really love your energy and I just really appreciate your entire pitch. Secondly, and I may have missed this, but what would the cost be for that premium subscription?
Like we want to make it easier for like everyone. For example, me, I'm a high school student and I should be able to afford it. So like something like $20 or for like a month.
So I have elementary school age kids and I do not like lunches, so I like the ease and simplicity of recipes and having it made out for you. Do you have some ideas on how you will make this like exciting and engaging for kids to want to eat their lunch? Because waste and throwing things out is definitely a problem in our house too.
Yeah, I have a little sister that age too. Like you can, yeah, I plan on making it like look good and like star shapes and stuff, so like exciting for them to eat it and stuff. Like it'll have like ideas that's also for everyone.
I like the meal kits idea, scaling up, I think you could get into that real quick and, similarly, raising kids, lunches was like, drove me nuts. But, we did HelloFresh for a while at home, and I subscribed something similar for lunches. Really some that market space.
Here's just more of a burning question. So I thought I saw that you said it was free to use, but then there's premium plans. So can like say students like use the free? Like, how
But
does
like
that work?
it's not customized. It'll just have recipes that's lunch recipes. You like 10 recipes for a week, but it doesn't like it's not like personalized. It's not like it doesn't do anything with your like
Ingredients.
yeah, like it doesn't like help that.
So with a premium plan, it would.
Yeah, yeah.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Sort out the next slide.
Yeah. I'm just gonna take up
this one.
No. Leave it like this. Give me a sec.
In the break, you just want to shout out the sponsors.
On here?
Yeah, right? You do it on stream.
On stream.
I can do it on this, yeah.
Yeah, shout out the sponsors on stream.
Okay. Yeah, on stream it's already there. Yeah.
Can you do multi-screen?
Yeah. Open something here that we can switch to.
Just the last slide of her, I guess. Should be okay. Just anything on the slide. Okay, so just
Wait.
about that.
I can send you this on the Slack.
Yeah, on DM. Send me something on DM.
Yeah.
So for this.
we do make our own t-shirts.
Yeah, so I saw you guys printed some shirts and handed them out. How many did you get printed in total and sold any?
Actually, we just printed these this morning. We just got our products yesterday night and we printed it this morning. But we have a couple of other t-shirts at home. We just printed them and we plan on selling it from next week through our Instagram and hopefully we get some orders.
And honestly, even right now, if you want to buy any, $30 per t-shirt.
Thank you for your presentation. We all saw your forecast for revenue, etc. How much are you, I guess I have two questions. How much are you really asking for investment and what are you going to do with that money? And also, I have another good question. Hold on. Okay, let's answer those ones first then.
So like, possibly we are expecting something more than like 1,500 or something. Personal builders are coming, so designer t-shirts isn't a very big market because they will be worn inside for their house.
It's good now.
We plan on adding hoodies and crew necks to it, and hoodies are pretty expensive. So we look for an investment so that we can get hoodies and more kind of clothing so that we can print on them. And since they're expensive, we'll also have a greater range of profit on them, whether it's selling hoodies or crew neck.
So I remember my other question. What makes you? There are a lot of t-shirt printing, businesses, locally even. What makes you different from them? Like, what are some points?
Mostly our price range because it's pretty, I feel like cheap, and our designs are like unique, and I don't think they're like as boring as the one Supreme or yeah, and they're like for example Uniqlo, right? They sell anime designs, but they're all for the popular anime shows. They're not selling for like the ones, the shows which are not as popular as the ones who are popular, right? So we're planning on doing that too.
The thing is that those are in bulk. So like let's say you go to a store, there are 5 or 7 designs and there are hundreds of them. And you go out, like let's say, personally I go out in my school and I see many people wearing the same t-shirt. So it often gets a little weird. And apart from that, I have limited drop thing. You can go to the market anytime and get a Uniqlo t-shirt. But if you want a graffiti, you have to wait for the next drop because it's all limited and all very unique. And since I said, we somewhat include our customers in the part of designing where they have a sense as if they are the ones designing it and giving inputs to it, and we try to accommodate all of that. And this creates somewhat a nice relation with the customers where when they buy a t-shirt, they would be
I'm gonna have to stop you right there, bro. Thank you, man.
Yeah, great job.
Great job, guys.
It's mine now.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Can you hold my camera back?
Start when you're ready.
Over 60 million Canadians visit the ER every year, and they have to wait over 10 hours just to be seen. They're in pain and they're scared. Me and my partner here have experienced this firsthand. So which is why we decided to change that. We're using modality. It's an AI triage app that we're creating. Emergency rooms everywhere are overwhelmed. Patients with minor injuries often wait beside those in critical, delaying care and putting lives at risk. In Canada, the average ER wait time is 2.1 hours. and 1 in 3 patients waits more than a full day. My friend Amir, his dad stumbled on the stairs and broke his toe. Just for his dad to be seen, they had to wait for over 8 hours. Whereas my mom, she broke her ankle and had to wait over 11 hours just to be seen. These aren't just delays or inconvenience. These can be dangerous.
Our solution. Our solution tackles the emergency rooms directly by using AI to triage patients in real time. With our app, patients can describe their symptoms or even upload a photo of their injury. The AI will quickly analyzes the information and determines how severe the situation is and advises whether the patient can safely manage it at home or if they need immediate medical attention. If the case is serious, the app automatically contacts a doctor and is able to get the user online with a real-time doctor. That doctor can then provide step-by-step instructions to help stabilize the patient or reduce pain until actual medical help arrives. This approach ensures that serious cases receive top priority, while minor cases don't overcrowd emergency wait rooms. As a result, everybody receives faster, safer, and more efficient care. In short, our app saves time, reduces panic, and protects lives before they even enter the hospital.
The emergency care crisis is global. In Canada, there are over 5.5 million year waits each year. Hospitals everywhere struggle to triage patients quickly and fairly, causing wasted time, stress, and worse outcomes. There is a clear demand for new solutions that improve patient flow and reduce wait times. Our app targets this urgent, growing, and global market opportunity.
Proven benefits of AI triage. Research has already proven that an AI triage can make a real difference. Studies show that the average emergency wait room times are reduced by nearly 19 whole minutes. They improve diagnostic accuracy to about 88%. Countries like France and Denmark have already started using AI triage systems in their hospitals, and they've seen major improvements in both efficiency and patient outcomes. Our app builds on these results and takes them one step further. We include features and benefits that other systems don't, such as real-time doctor connectivity and automatic emergency alerts, and AI-guided home care instructions for non-critical cases. This combination makes our solution more responsive, more personal, and ultimately more effective in improving medical care.
We plan to generate revenue with back-to-back partnerships with hospitals and clinics, government contracts, insurance integrations, and actionized research data.
How do we stand out? What makes our app truly unique is how it brings everything all together into one integrated platform. Most existing tools are either hospital-specific systems or simple symptom checkers that provide limited guidance. Our app is the first to combine AI triages with real-time doctor connectivity and automatic coordination with emergency services all in one place. This unified system makes the process faster, reduces emergency room congestion, and ensures patients receive the right care at the right time. In short, we're not just improving how emergency care operates, we're redefining it.
To build our MVP, we're requesting $4,000. This is how we're going to use the $4,000. $2,000 will be used for app development, $400 for secure cloud hosting, $600 for API app integration, and $600 for testing and trial studies.
Together, let's create something amazing.
So just on the point of the usage of AI, AI is not 100% foolproof, especially when giving medical advice. What do you have in place when perhaps the AI gives an incorrect diagnosis or suggestion?
So, medallion, it's more of an assistance tool. We want to help nurses and doctors, because like, if you're a nurse, you go to school for like 4 years, you're stressed out, you probably don't get paid like as much for the amount of work you do. This is just there for assistance. We're not going to solely rely on an AI system to make medical calls, especially if it's like severe, right?
So is this an app? Is this an app for the healthcare providers, or is it an app for the users at home before they decide to go to an ER?
For healthcare providers.
Next question?
I will ask a question. So, the ask position, why would I want to use that? First of all, like, what do you think panic is? What's your definition of panic?
So, being scared, nervous, not knowing what to do. That's basically what I think panic is.
So, but do you think that, like, I mean, I would say doctors and nurses are overworked, and there's a work to staffing mismatch. But I would not say that they're generally panicked. It's not that they don't know what to do. There is a substantial amount of work, and they're trying to organize it in order of urgency. And the system you're designing looks great if everything comes in at once, and then you organize it based on triage. But patient conditions change, and the number of patients changes. So in terms of real time comparing patients, the reassessment is the hard part. That is probably the toughest part of being at triage, is not the one patient in front of you, it's the 50 patients in the waiting room, and trying to figure out how to rebalance that.
So we have thought about that. So as you know, we're like two high school students. We would say that we don't think that the government's gonna trust us with like everybody's medical records, which is why before like they can sign up for the app, we can ask them for their medical history and records, and if they like think that their history is safe with us, and we're gonna like based on their medical history, the doctors can see what their past is, what their history is, and then if something new happens, the doctor can like add it up.
But so I think you should consider that the records get created after the fact. Medical records are kind of a work of fiction. You just make them up based on what you remember after you've already done everything to do. So realistically, the inputs you're relying upon don't get created without, like, unless the AI can create those direct inputs. It's a delayed input, and you won't have time to decision.
Just one quick one. I just wanted to highlight, you guys have, it's a real problem, and I love that you guys have identified a real problem. From my experience, and I'm gonna run a tech incubator, the best companies will come from real problems. So you guys have some ideas to test. I would just encourage you to keep exploring that problem space, because I think there's a lot of opportunity to make a big impact.
Yep.
I agree. It is a huge problem for everyone, and it is a worldwide issue. I would also encourage you to take the opportunity to research what's called CTAS, which is a triaging system in the Canadian standard already. So taking a look, seeing what's there that maybe you can integrate, that they can match in order to help healthcare providers.
So, thank you so much.
Good job, guys.
For parenting background, it comes in situations. Only the best asking questions.
Or do you have constant access?
No.
My husband had one. He just had one. Are you good? What are the differences you found when you were taxing?
Let's say it's just the pricing of this.
You have this idea, right? It's like Uber, but a carpool together, so the money gets divided between each person in the car. If that was available to you, would you use it?
Yeah, I look into it.
Would you take that? Obviously,
Yeah. Being kind of a group.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. Monday, 35.
Yeah.
I think for the bus it's somewhere around 45, 50.
Yeah, bus is more expensive.
These are only 2 out of a million stories upon transportational issues. Whether it is affordability, long distance travel, general safety concerns, or if you don't have access to a vehicle, these are all problems that we struggle with during our lives, and we see it on a daily basis. We are introducing you today to Fast Travel.
So Fast Travel is an app that focuses on individuals who don't have consistent access to vehicles or can't afford long distance travels. So this app allows these individuals to connect with drivers that they're comfortable with on long distance car rides.
Other ride sharing companies like Uber or Cultivator usually share the same features that we just announced. So you're probably thinking right now, what makes us different? But right now, the companies that we mentioned, Uber and Cultivator, have the same thing. They have one problem that they're struggling with. Specifically for Uber, they're struggling with expensive pricing as well as lacking long distance transportation. With Cultivator, they struggle with their inability to provide both the drivers and the customers with a feeling of safety in the car. We decided to make our competitors' weaknesses our strengths. So, starting with safety, we're going to make sure that both the customer and the drivers go through thorough background checks. Additionally, for the drivers, we'll be checking their driver's license to make sure it's valid, as well as ensure that their vehicle is eligible for a long distance travel. We will also be having an SOS system that you can use anytime you drive in case anything ever goes wrong. This button will send your location to authorities or anybody in your emergency contact list. We will also have a personal comfort feature where you can decide the traits that your drivers have. For example, if you're a woman and you would feel safer with a female driver, you can pick that as an option. Or if you're an immigrant and you don't want to deal with the language barrier, you have the option to pick somebody who speaks the same language as you. We do this because you understand that it's not just the journey that matters, but also the people who go with you on it. Moving on to prices. We'll be competing with Uber and Cultivator because of our affordability and our focus on long distance travel. Our customers and drivers get a better deal with our app because the drivers get reimbursed for the journey's necessities and the customers get a comfortable long distance trip for a more affordable price.
So another question arises, is this app even an app? So let's look at some statistics. So we found about 800 to 1,200 people per person use buses to get to Saskatoon from Regina, and 5,000 to 6,000 people per day uses planes to get to Saskatoon, Calgary, Toronto. So this just shows us that there's a significant amount of people who do inter-city travels within just one day. We've also seen problems within our friends and families in transportation. So an example of that would be that whenever we're planning our trips, one of our main expenses is transportation. So we see the demand in our community, and we want to be the ones that offer a affordable and comfortable option for transportation.
Now, let's look at a really quick breakdown of our prices. So Fast Travel is a hybrid app. This means that drivers get to choose the price that they're charging a customer per seat to travel. But we have a maximum price that drivers are not allowed to exceed for their trip. This is to ensure we're following the regulatory laws Canada has placed when it comes to carpooling apps. Our MVP is going to start from Regina to Saskatoon but we plan to expand to bigger cities in the future. So using the Regina to Saskatoon example, let's suppose a driver charges $35 to go from Regina to Saskatoon. We make profit from two ways in this situation. The first way comes from a booking fee that the customer pays. This fee is 15%, which is significantly lower than our competitors that are currently on the market. Additionally, the drivers, will be paying a 3.15% fee, which is a commission fee. So for a fare that costs $35, we make a profit of $6.25. This is really great because we know there's a demand for our product on the market. We've seen it, we've seen the statistics, we see it within ourselves. We go carpooling with our friends all the time. So we've decided to just turn it into an app for people who don't have the accessibility to carpool every single day. So how do we get there? Well, that's where you guys come in. So what do we need from you? Well, obviously we need your money, but that's not it. We need your support and your guidance. We're willing to take the steps that it takes to get our app out there, but we can't do it by ourselves. So we're asking for $1,500 to make our app a reality. We have the drive, we have the determination, we have the grit. You guys are the ones that have the money and the knowledge. Together, we can make it happen. So who wants to join us on this journey and buckle in with us to make fast travel and app accessible to everybody in the future? That concludes our presentation.
Okay, hi. First of all, as your teacher, I'm so proud of you. Your presentation skills were incredible. I do have two questions though. First question would be, does fast travel regulate what each driver charges the people that are traveling with them? And then secondly, does your company cover any of the expenses for the driver, like gas and where on the vehicle, etc.?
So that's a really good question. So fast travel, actually because of the carpooling app, the main point is that the customers help the drivers pay off some of their fee to go travel. So the driver would put into the app, I'm going to Saskatoon on this day at this time. Then the customer can come with them and the driver can decide, hey, you're going to pay $35 for my ticket to come sit with me on this car, and that money will go to my gas price or my toll price or wear and tear fee. That's where the money comes from. And what was your second question?
Do you regulate what the drivers charge?
No. So yes, no way actually. So we have a maximum capacity that the drivers are not allowed to exceed when it comes to like setting a price because of the carpooling laws that Canada has regulated. When it's like carpooling, drivers are not allowed to charge more than the fee. So that includes gas fees, toll fees, and wear and tear fees.
Question. Great, absolutely great energy. That's awesome. How do you guys foresee, say, your competitors? Once you get this going, how do you stop your competitors from just adapting their app to what you've created? Because it will be very easy for them, right? Just to switch their app. Now they can do exactly what they're doing.
First of all, Uber. So first of all, like they don't do long distance. That's one of our biggest contrast from them. And they also, I believe, what do they do with their drivers? Their drivers get profit. Their drivers get profit, and while our drivers just get the money from just towards their benefits and whatever. And what was your second?
I was just asking.
For Papa Ride?
No, it's just that if what you're doing, which sounds great, were to be successful, how do you prevent Uber or Papa Ride to just flip the switch and do the exact same thing, but at a larger scale because they're bigger?
Actually can prevent them, but for Uber, they're already set as we're paying these people to be drivers and not as a carpooling system. So I think they could convert their entire system business to my town. And for Papa Ride, there are a lot of people that are already upset with the way that they're acting. So they might move over to us knowing that we're a brand new service to try out. And that would ensure that we have a solid base to create a community who are staying in our app.
So we have looked into the insurance and we saw the gray area within it, and we're just gonna follow what Paparazzi is doing, which we still have to look into that, but yes, we did look into it.
When you consider the regulatory pricing, that's legislated, and the cost of, so say you're high under that, what anyone could charge versus the cost of a bus service or anything else, what does that comparison look like? I mean, I think you've got some beautiful differentiators people can choose. It's convenient, you're not necessarily having to go at 6 a.m. when the bus is leaving, there's some flexibility and again, it's just language or anything like that. So I think there's that, but when people sometimes just look at cost as a factor, what's the variation between them?
Well, we have done an example. So if you're trying to go from Regina to Saskatoon, by taking the plane, you would have to pay about $280. For the bus, you pay upward of $80. But if you were to use our service, you'd only have to pay $35 as a parking fee. So then if you would see that the difference in prices, and also the comfortability, is a big like, yeah. So that would help people make decisions based on prices.
This is a great presentation. I'm curious, is this an area or an industry that you're actually interested in, or is it something you picked because it is sort of a proven model for tech business scale?
Honestly, I came up with this idea when I was in my study brainstorming. So I didn't even realize that yes, it connects to Uber or Paparazzi until I started doing research. So I just thought I take the bus every day, and as a student, I have to take trips to different places because I'm part of different clubs. So if I had a cheaper alternative where I could be in a car instead of a bus with a bunch of other people, it would probably be better for me, cost-wise, and also just time-wise, time with other people. Yeah. So then it's not because we saw that it is very successful. It's because we saw that it impacts people our age and also adults that travel every weekend for their jobs and other needs.
I have something to contribute to that. So for example, I'm possibly thinking of going to Saskatoon for my studies, and if I was ever to not have access to my vehicle, if it broke down, any issue like that, I would probably use this app for that reliability.
That would be all.
My name is Ardena, and I'm the co-founder of Artis, along with Joel. So what is Artis? Artis is an intelligent operating system designed to help modern businesses run efficiently.
Businesses today are overwhelmed by frequent or fragmented systems, manual processes, and operational inefficiencies. These issues drain time, dilute focus, and limit innovation.
I can relate to this problem myself because my parents own a business, and every week they discuss about organizing inventory, scheduling, employees, and even figuring about how much money is wasted on unnecessary items. Artis was created to provide an effective resolution.
Artis is an AI-powered workflow automation platform with intelligent decision support. It offers unified business integration across tools and teams, adaptive workflows that respond in real time, a clean, intuitive interface that makes AI usable, beautiful, and accessible. And our system transforms complex operations into effortless precision. So a wearable MVP, for example, would be
creative agency with 8 employees, and their challenge is that they spend too much time on manual tasks, assignments, sign updates, and internal approvals. The goal of this company is to automate project workflows, enhance team coordination, and minimize time spent on administrative tasks. How will they do this in Arctic? They will connect tools like Slack, Google Drive, Trello, or Gmail, and they will create a workflow for new client onboarding. It would help with weekly status updates, enable decision support.
So what's the outcome? Well, 40% reduction in time spent on admin tasks, an estimated of faster onboarding from 4 hours to 30 minutes, let's say, and improved client satisfaction with consistent updates. And also, team spends more time on creative work and less on onboarding and coordination. So this begs the question, why now? Well, AI adoption is accelerating at an unprecedented pace, so most small and medium businesses are still struggling to harness its potential. So they're buried under disconnected tools, manual workflows, and rising operational complexity. And so what's the market potential and opportunity? Well, with a total addressable market of 180 billion of AI-powered business automation markets, SAM of 25 billion, and SOM of 1.2 billion.
You will run a closed beta with 10 tech-forward SMBs and convert at least 2 paid pilots within 90 to 120 days. The success metrics we will track and report are activation rate, weekly active users, time spent, saved per customer, and pilot conversation rate. Our ask. We're asking for $6,000 to complete a focused push that converts the product into measurable customer traction. The use of funds will be spent into $3,000 will be used for engineers, $1,500 will be used for beta onboarding, for test 10 SMBs, $800 for marketing and partner outreach, $700 for legal and infrastructure for simple POC. This lean investment will help us validate our MVP, refine our product market, and lay the foundation for scalable growth. So, what is our vision? At 2 to 3 months in, we'll look for MVP finalizations. In 3 to 5 months, we'll be looking for closed beta launch. And 5 to 6 months in, we will be looking for iteration and optimization. At 6 to 7 months in, we will be looking for partner activation. At 8 months in, we will be looking for premium rollout for businesses who want to try our product first. And for indefinitely, we will be looking for community and growth.
Thank you for your time and consideration. We believe that Artiv has potential to transform how business operates, and are excited to build that future with the right partners.
I welcome your questions and look forward to discussing how we can move forward.
Well, this is my friend's, so.
So AI is like the biggest bubble that we're seeing coming out in the tech space. And so lots of people are looking at efficiencies. You're in a very competitive environment. So how do you guys plan to stay ahead of the curve and make sure that people aren't bypassing you? Have you gone through sort of, what your unique value proposition is going to continue to be?
We'll be doing more personalization because there's the AI that kind of is like this, the Notion AI, but it's not that personalized. It's too hard for businesses to do because for small business or even medium businesses, they might have like people who do not understand tech that well. Because compared to like franchises like Walmart and all them, they would have their own AI that can do it for them. While small businesses need to like learn it again and do things like that. So if we personalize our AI to the business itself and make it more friendly to the owners or even the employees who can use it.
Alright, just to add to that actually, I think what we would be doing is we would be looking at the operations that a specific business is actually doing, comparing it to other businesses and also seeing the inefficiencies in it and seeing how we can actually integrate AI workflows into it using Zapier automations. And honestly just analyzing how their business is operating right now can change it and statistically make it more efficient and increase their revenue or some sort of metric that they measure so that they can actually give a recurring retainer to us.
Okay, so maybe, so from your business model, there's a piece where you're like, there's almost like a consulting piece that you guys are doing,
Right.
customizing it to the business. It's not just you're not just building a tech product that works for everyone, you're actually customizing it. It's like a consultant, an AI consultant. Okay, cool.
Is that all the questions?
Maybe just along the same line as that, where that question left off, why are you gonna be better off building your own system rather than just focusing on a consulting practice where you help small and medium-sized businesses use existing tools that are out there? Is it, you're gonna have to make a huge investment to build any sort of AI platform? Is there a reason why you think building that platform rather than just going to market and helping small business owners who maybe are desperately looking for assistance with that?
That was our first idea, that maybe we can consult the business, but I thought that small and medium business, that our targets, mainly only look at like financial consultants. So rather than only doing that, they could get second help from AI, and the AI can help them run their business efficiently.
Hi, Mom. Thank you so much.
Three more to go and we go.
What was it? I just wanted to ask a question.
Scrolling and phone addiction. Most of the time I find myself on my bed, phone in hand, scrolling through media, although I have a million and one things to actually do. Most of the time these works are either delayed, not done in time, or just not giving the attention they deserve.
Okay. So why do we gravitate so much towards our phone? Because cell phones are one of the world's biggest addictions, and if we just keep making more and more of it, and because of that, it creates problems like bad habits and stuff, which is impossible to get away from.
We all probably found ways or found solutions to this problem, but let's be honest, nothing really works. Personally, I tried very slow mode, but I decided I wanted to watch my movie in color after 2 days. I tried to block apps, but then I needed to know what was going around me, so I stopped. I didn't use those apps.
So you must be wondering, how could we solve this problem?
So we found that the key or core part of this problem is lack of motivation. So we decided to create an app that motivates you to put your phone down and allows you to have fun while doing it.
We call it Sober Screen. It's mainly for teenagers, but it could also be for anyone who's having trouble with screen time usage.
So Charlotte, how do we make money from this?
Well, this app is free mostly, but for a small fee of $6.99, there's a premium side of Sober Screen.
The premium side of Sober Screen includes reward points. You basically can earn reward points when you go above your goal or you reach your goal, or in this case, you go below it. When you get 25 or more reward points, when you get 25 or more more reward points at the end of the month, you get to choose a gift card of your choice from the variety available.
So basically, if you use your phone less, you get more reward points, and you can just exchange it for a gift card or something like that anytime. In addition to our premium, we have competitions and challenges, so you can compete against others and your friends.
So you might be wondering, how will we different from any other person?
It's designed for teenagers and is made by teenagers.
You can make your own personal goals, and you can compete with your friends.
There are real rewards, so like you get gift cards from like achieving a goal.
But Charlotte, what do you need to make this idea come into existence?
We need about $100 for screen time tracking development.
We need about 200 for initial gift cards and rewards.
And we need to gather data and surveys for preferences and opinions, which is like $200.
The whole idea and concept of this ad is for teenagers to get out of the phone, learn new skills, learn new things that can actually help them in life rather than just being on their phone. Phone addiction is actually getting increasingly higher, and with new technology on its way, we need to learn to grow up from them.
Thank you for listening to our presentation, and we hope that you invest in our business. Consider.
3 minutes for Q&A.
Research shows that mostly teenagers scroll, although like everyone, like, once you take your phone, you're on social media, you're just gone. It's just, what's it called? It's just content after content after content, you're just gone.
Yeah,
but it's mostly teenagers.
Your brain releases dopamine, I think it's called. Yeah, like.
So, I think that like the older you get, the less likely you are to admit that you do scroll. But
yeah, but
I think that like
I don't do scroll.
This is mostly for teenagers, that's why. Because teenagers this generation at least
so
do scroll.
how do you consider, because I mean, obviously I think it's not helpful for anyone who's doing it, but I actually think that I have employees that do scroll and other people that do
I do scroll.
Yeah, well, we were trying to some people have really bad phone addictions, and it makes them inconsistent and unproductive.
So, what I would suggest, and that's not really a question, but I would suggest that you approach it from an employer standpoint of you want your employees to be working, and if this can help people at a workplace, because you can actually, if you bring it in the right way, you can actually have an employer say you have to do this so you can get off the phone.
We're not encouraging you to we're not encouraging you to stop using your phone.
Because sometimes you need it for important things, but that is a really good idea. Thank you.
I think it's a great idea, right? And how employers can, add to the sponsorship or to the, maybe there's, if that collaboration can happen, maybe they then are sponsoring or putting back to, if you hit this level, we're gonna put so much towards your wellness, whether that is, in a gym membership or,
It would certainly cover the cost of the program, and probably some positive reinforcement too.
and increase their productivity at work.
Any other questions or suggestions?
All right, we'll stop it there. Thank you very much.
We'll make it happen. Why is it not open?
Daniel, you should be next.
What's that?
You should be next.
No, I see.
founder of Regina Rangers. My co-founder is Regina, who is in the audience right there. We are working on a product which we call it Safe Flow. Yeah, click it up. We are developing a unique product which features a transparent design equipped with a non-written valve and a mask up front so it prevents infection to occur. The problem. In North America, more than 6,440,000 adults and 22,000 children with RCPR each year. Many mouth-to-mouth resuscitation is also required, also known as rescue breathing, which is also important part in living CPR. Many times victim does puke and they may go into the rescuer's mouth, which is really gross and it's the greatest hurdle with what I mean CPR. We have a small video which demonstrates the problem and the solution. There are two parts in it, but this video has this type of person puking into it. So if you are okay, so on the first part we saw a person the first responder giving mouth-to-mouth to a patient, but the person puked and it went into the rescuer, which is not hygienic. And then the second video, we saw that the patient puked, but it did not went into the rescuer's mouth. And it, because this video was AI generated, so that was not our real product. Our real prototype, I'll show it to you. We did a survey and we asked individual person and organizations, and we asked them questions like, will you mouth-to-mouth to a stranger when they need it? We get 160 responses on that survey, and 20% of the people said yes, 30% of them said no directly, and 50% of them were not sure. So 80% of the people were not willing to give rescue breathing to other person, which means from 640,000 people, 80% of them will not receive rescue breathing when they need it. So I asked why not, why not, like what's the problem and what are the fear of them. So we got from the lack of hygiene and discomfort to close contact, because these are the 6 main problems which occur while giving, like they get confused while giving, not confused but while giving rescue breath, they get scared because it can also cause them infection. There are some existing products, but they do not solve all of the problem. They do not prevent against infection, and there is still chance of puke getting into their mouth. So our prototype has a non-return valve in the middle. So if the patient pukes, it will redirect the puke to this hole, so which will make the puke come out, not into the rescuer's mouth. We are seeking funding to convert our patentable prototype to a product. I say patentable because there is no such patent available in the market like this. Vision of the project is to save people and make awkward emergency less awkward. And in the survey we asked one more question, like if there was a device like this, will you give the rescue breath? And yes percentage from there was 20% of yes in the first question, that went up to 73.9%, which is a significant change. Business potential. We have no competitors because there is no such product available in the market. We have a unique idea and it is an improvised solution. Tentative expenditure. Our total cost is $20,500. Here's the breakdown. Our market strategy is to do both B2B and B2C. Investment opportunity. We are seeking financial support for $20,500 to convert our patent development and launch the product. and I'm proud to say that this is a Canadian design, made by Canadians, invested by Canadians, and it will be launched in Canada. This Canadian invention will boom into the whole world. Thank you. Any questions?
How did you come up with the idea?
Well, actually, my father went to take a CPI training and he discussed this problem with me, and then I got with this idea like this is better solution.
Are we scared of opening our
So not necessarily a question, just a point for it. So if you have a prototype, there's actually lots of grants that can cover the cost of you filing a patent. So it could give you more funds for actually building out your business, just for you to look into.
Yes, I'll look
There's
into
some
that.
really great ones.
I would also suggest that, I mean, for medical devices, there's tons of grants, and like research opportunities, so you may not need to raise funding from investors. Because you can, I mean, all you have to do is apply for a medical device that's gonna be slightly better, or potentially slightly better, and a grant may take you very far.
Feedback, next question.
All right, we'll end it there.
Okay, finally, last segment.
You can start when you're ready.
Today in Regina, it's very easy to find people for skip the dishes, to find deliveries, to find people who are giving you normal services. But what about when you want to mow your lawn? What about when you want to clean your garage? Well, that still takes days.
Hey everyone, we are
Priyansh
and Anuj, co-founders of SaskTel.
We are two high schoolers who saw a simple but real problem. People in our community often need small tasks done, but when it comes to finding the real help, it's very hard.
A few months ago, we were helping our neighbor with her lawn. She contacted a few professionals before us, but they were either not responding, too expensive, or couldn't come until next week. So we decided to help her ourselves. And when we finished, she said something that really stuck with us.
I wish I could find someone nearby like you quickly and easily without having to look around. And that was a shocking moment. Because she wasn't the only one that needed help, and we were the only ones that could have offered help. Around us were students, freelancers, and certified businesses with the same skill set that could have offered the same help. But there was a lack of simple platform that could have connected them.
And that's how SaskTel was born.
Finding help for everyday tasks, such as lawn care, pet care, tutoring, is still harder than it should be. People often pay high rates to big companies and or scroll through Kijiji or Facebook hoping that someone comes by.
At the same time, students and freelancers are looking for ways to build experience and earn money flexibly.
The solution. TaskLocal is a community-based platform that connects freelancers, students, and businesses with reliable help, quickly and easily. What sets us apart is that we have organized systems on our platform integrated.
Customers can go to our website, select a task, pick whether they want a student,
freelancer a certified business to pay for what pay-per-user tasks, and then they book it instantly. It's simple and safe for everyone.
So initially we started off small. We started giving services to people like lawn care, tutoring, cleaning, small repairs, furniture assembly, to see if the idea would actually work. According to our market research, 74% of the people were willing to have Task Local in our community.
This shows that Task Local not only solves problems for customers, but for businesses too. It allows them to expand outreach and build community, following SDG 8, economic growth.
How it solves problems for businesses is that when we reached out to customers and the businesses saw an opportunities too, the businesses were like, this is a cool way to expand our customer reach. Because Task Local will be giving us that marketing by doing it for themselves. Our business model. Task Local earns by taking 10 to 15% commission per completed task. We also offer businesses a premium subscription if they want analytics, visibility, and a more bulk job management.
We also offer helper certifications and paid training badges for companies to boost visibility on the platform. This allows for Task Local to grow naturally as more people begin to use the platform.
So the real question is, why us? Because we have lived this problem ourselves. We have experienced it ourselves. It's not just a theory. We have done these jobs ourselves. We have talked to the customers, and we know that there is a first-hand gap. We have experienced it ourselves.
We're young, driven, and already building connections with local schools, communities, and businesses within Regina. We're not afraid to start small, learn as we go, and grow from the ground up.
The ask. We are not just asking for funding. We are asking for your mentorship, guidance, and connections from the people who have already built their businesses and can help us scale it up.
We are seeking $1,600 to help refine and expand the platform, invest in marketing to attract more customers, freelancers, businesses, and students, build training and verification systems to keep Task Local safe for everybody, and integrate secure payments and scheduling options to keep Task Local running smoothly.
Our vision is simple: to create something that doesn't just work. It lasts. It builds a stronger community.
We started with one neighbor. Now we want to expand to helping hundreds of customers and creating thousands of opportunities. We are Task Local. We're local talent and local needs. Thank you.
Great presentation, guys. It's a real need in the community. I often get calls from clients saying, hey, I need someone to do this. Do you have contact? Type of thing. So I love it. Would you guys be expanding this past, say, your website to create an app where you just have an app on your phone and you can do the search? Would you be looking at maybe some marketing opportunities down the line where people can pay to be featured on your site? Is that something you guys have thought about?
Yes, of course. We are thinking about we are initially starting to think about starting with a website and then moving on to make an app. And then once we have the app, we are looking for sponsorships and stuff to elaborate and keep them on the website.
I think this is a great idea. We're all probably part of our neighborhood Facebook pages, and you often see requests for different things, and it's just really inefficient to find that information coming through comments. One that I saw last week was around ride sharing and driving kids to high school. So I was wondering if you had contemplated service or something like that too.
Yes, of course. So initially we're starting to have services like a lot of services like electricians, plumbers, and lawn cares, pet cares, and tutors. And of course down the road we're gonna have services like shared products and things.
Just wondering, would you, like, you would connect with people like the plumbers and
So how is it different from TaskRabbit? Is that TaskRabbit has taskers and freelancers and students. They don't have certified businesses on there. So we are trying to have local businesses that are in Regina and keep them on our platform so that we can grow the economy of our community as well.
But essentially, it's the same sort of, it's the same business model, same idea. It's just that you're opening in a market that is not served by that platform.
Yeah, so like for now, it's like TaskRabbit does not operate in Regina and Saskatchewan and a lot of other provinces too. And it only is like in these big cities and stuff. And they have limited services. They only have like 20 or 30 services on it. And we are looking to have a lot of other services and make it accessible to like visually impaired people and accessible to like other people as well.
Alright, that's the end of the questioning. Thank you very much. Alright, judges, we're gonna give you your final allocation sheet to write down your final investments. Okay.
Oh,
the courage to be a part of this program, push yourself to your limits, took yourself to the unknown, and you really showed up today. I think if you ask any of these investors today how impressive you were, they would probably blow you away in terms of what confidence it gave you. So, great job. Again, this week 3 out of week 8 is a long way to go for you to take your investments and turn it into an actual product which you can actually make out of this program. Okay? But before we get to that, I also want to say thank you to our investors, 16 investors today, community investors that came out to support the youth and develop the next generation of innovators in Saskatchewan. And for that, for your support, for your dedication, for your time commitment that you've dedicated to this program, thank you so much to every single one of you. And I want to thank our sponsors as well. Without these sponsors, today would not have been possible, and our program continuation would not have been possible throughout these 8 weeks that we're about to go through. So, first of all, our whole sponsor, Enactus Regina, out of nowhere, like, you probably think it's the last company that would invest in something like this, but they believe in you so much because they deal with you every day in the program. They know what they're capable of, and because they believe in the youth, they were our full sponsor today, and the rest of the program. Thank you so much, Enactus Regina. Maybe we can clap. And our first sponsors to hop on board is SaskTel, our silver sponsor, who jumped on it right away when they saw the opportunity to be a part of this program. So SaskTel, we're always dedicated to the youth and the community, and for that, I want to say thank you one more time. This is like a big cultivator, but the amazing part about it is these students will be the next innovators, and so you're again helping develop entrepreneurs, and believing in our program, believing in our commitment to the students. You also set up to the table, being an investor and a sponsor. So thank you so much, Cultivator, Laura, and Jordan from CDC as well. Thank you guys so much for being here today. House Ops, you believed in us right away as well when we posted this program. You didn't hesitate. You saw the potential in the youth, and so thank you for that as well. So one more for House Ops. Mike Tate, WCP. Again, when Paul pitched that to him, he was like, "Yep, I'm down."
You said the morning before the Zoom call ended.
Yeah, he was ready to get at it, and he can make it today, but he did sponsor us. So, Mike, thank you very much again. I know you're watching the stream with your family, so really appreciate your support. Last but not least, our in-house entrepreneur, Daniel, he helped us stream today with his company being Stream. So again, Daniel, always appreciate what you do for Enactus, how much you want to help the kids out, your passion. Without you, would be here today. So thank you, my brother. All right, can we get a drum roll, please? Let's see it. There you go, the investment results.
Fee for truly $335, CP's lab is $900, CP scared $405, CP voice scenarios $30, CP smart dollars $65, CP graphic $7, CP academic $50, $75, CP about $60, CP service $35, and we have again, you told me yesterday that when you get 6 weeks, everything will go So now these investors have put their trust in you, they're putting the time, their money, their community, and so you have to prove to them that you have a story well funded. And so we expect to actually go there and we'll make it happen. And so for the team that didn't grow so much, it's going to be a challenge for you to go there and actually educate and come back to the head first and show the investors. You just use the biggest deal of the century. And so go back again, go back to the drawing board, find out your way, talk to your customers, figure out the problem crystal clear, and do an MVP, go out there, evaluate, and come back again and show them, you're like, hey, we came back strong or we came back 2 times better, and who knows, you may be actually investing in it. And so just today we had, an investor actually putting extra investments outside the $500 in a particular team, just because you was an investor. So again, thank you so much for doing this. I just want to give a shout out to the past experience itself. It's been countless hours like I can imagine. All this has been done in 2 weeks. Some of them were like off our way to 1 PM last night, 70 slides, and I was running that. And so then after we do countless calls, countless movies, countless sessions every Monday, assignments, weekends, and doing this 2 times as high school kids. And so let's just get to the page and get a picture of me, and basically I see myself as a team then, and I was like, yeah, this is a very good opportunity, but it's actually grow and then. And so thank you to all investors in the that confidence and that trust to actually come to the community. We appreciate you all a lot. And thank you to the Enactus team, like distribution, thank you to Paul, thank you to Shan, Ted, to Tees, and the team and teams. Without you guys, thank you so much.
Investor slide on this, or this is
what we will do is we're going to each transfer the team lead the money, right? And we're going to schedule times from investor side and student side for bi-weekly 30-minute meetings with your investors. So that's an opportunity for you to get guidance from people that are actually doing it in the real world and now you're joining them in the journey. And so, again, bi-weekly meetings, 30 minutes with investors, and January 31st. So we need the help of the whole community for January 31st because we want to make this the biggest thing in Regina. We want to fill out 100 seaters. We want to fill out a theater for the community to come watch how far these kids are going to go from today. And so we want you to share our story if possible. Get people hyped, bring your family, your friends, your relatives, anybody that you can think of to watch you on January 31st and watch these kids on January 31st and see how far they go. And so, saying that, I don't have much, but again, thank you very much to every single body in this room, Enactus Regina team that made this happen today. Countless hours strategizing, investors, time commitment, and your money. We really appreciate that, and to the students again, thank you for your commitment to yourself and to the program. Appreciate it. If you want to give back more, if you know someone who likes to sponsor, reach out to me or student. They're always great to chat. That's how we come to see you and make that dream a reality. Again, thank you so much. We run out of time, so if you still want to get a job with an investor, that's fine. As far as helping you to stay, but maybe that's the easy ways. Well, yeah, thank you so much. Go home, have fun, and have good dreams. We need for a video, if you don't mind, social media and our competition for being on the national stage. Thank you very much.
You want me to change any slides? Or good to go? That's fine. Yeah.
So, it's been so fun. Bro, you can stay for how many hours, man? That's crazy.
Hey Ben, you want to?
I'm not sure if you will get that information or not. I think Daniel or she is it's all bits of many of the investors. Yeah, so I just put a total in it and you got the most money. So enjoy. You can reach out to any investor you want, right? Based on who you require. So it doesn't really matter who invested in you because they are okay to help you anyway. Yeah. So based on their specialty or their business, you can reach out to them.
Oh, yes, I do. What is that? Yes, yes. Yeah. Oh, yes,
Hi.
This doesn't have audio, does it?
Let me see.